Now we're back? Oh, he's got to come back.
The Senate will come to order. Message from the House.
August 28, 2024. Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes House Bill 24B 1001 as amended.
Message from the Revisor.
August 28, 2024. We herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bill 24B 1001.
Introduction of bills.
House Bill 24B 1001 by Representatives McCluskey and Pugliese and Senators Hansen and Kirkmeyer concerning property tax.
Appropriations. Announcements. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a pleasure to serve with you. I know we don't say that in the Senate, but I just wanted to make sure it was on the record that I thought it was a pleasure to serve with you. The Senate Appropriations Committee will be meeting. We got time. No one is here. I'm playing to an empty room. The Senate Appropriations Committee will be meeting no sooner than 15 minutes from now, but we'll meet as soon as all of the paperwork and whatnot is ready for us to meet across the street in LSB. So see you all over there as soon. Old Supreme Court? Not across the street? Withdrawn. We will be meeting as soon as we possibly can, but no sooner than 15 minutes from now, in the Old Supreme Court. I'm so happy to have found that out here in the well just now. So we will be meeting in the Old Supreme Court very, very soon. It's going to be a good time.
And you call yourself the chair.
I do. Well, I mean, other people call me the chair.
Mr. Majority.
I never call myself as chair. That'd be weird. But other people call me that.
He wasn't recognized.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate recess until 1 p.m. today.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will recess until 1 p.m. today. Senate will come to order. Message from the House.
August 28, 2024, Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes. HB 24B 1003 is amended and printed in House Journal, August 27, 2024, and HCR 24B 1001.
Message from the Revisory.
August 28, 2024, we herewith transmit without comment HCR 24B 1001.
Will the clerk please add Senator Buckner to the roll?
Thank you.
Also from the Revisor. And from the Revisor, we herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bill 24B 1003.
Introduction of resolutions.
Did you bring food? This is pretty much the same thing.
HCR 24B 1001 by Representative Weissman and Senator Hansen, submitting to the registered electors of the state of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution concerning requirement that a statewide initiative that impacts local government property tax revenue or spending of property tax revenue be approved by the voters of a local government that is impacted by the statewide initiative before it applies to the property tax revenue of the local government.
Finance. Introduction of bills.
House Bill 24B 1003 by Representatives Soper and Joseph and Senators Spiro and Baisley concerning property tax relief for businesses and in connection therewith expanding and extending the exemption for agricultural equipment and machinery used in controlled agricultural facilities.
Finance. Announcements. Senator Malika.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Finance Committee will be meeting in room 357 to hear House Bill 1003 and HCR 1001, approximately 30 minutes. 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. 4.
That was 4. 4. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate recess until 4:05 today.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will recess until 4:05 p.m. today. Order. Committee reports.
August 28, 2024, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 24B 1001 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Finance, August 28, 2024. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 24B 1003 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Concurrent Resolution 24B 1001 be postponed indefinitely.
Second reading of bills. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up House Bill 1001 and 1003 on special orders at the hour of, is that 4:49.
The motion is that the Senate take up House Bills 1001 and 1003 on special orders at the hour of 4:49 p.m. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will now take up House Bill 1001 and House Bill 1003 on special orders at the hour of 4:49 p.m. Special orders, second reading of bills. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the special orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Roberts will take the chair. The Senate will come back to order. Will the clerk please mark Senators Michelson, Janay, and Senator Danielson as excused? And Senator Smallwood, if he'd like to leave. Not actually, no. Guess I'll do this again. Members, just so we know what's going on, we did not remove those two individuals from the roll. We wanted to do that before we went into the cow. We will not have the motion moved again because it was a valid motion and it was accepted. We will now proceed into the cow with Senator Roberts as the cow chair. Senate will all right, never mind. Senator Roberts, everybody. Please give him a round of applause.
The committee will come to order, and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the titles to all the bills on the special orders second reading of bills calendar?
House Bill 24B 1001 by Representatives McCluskey and Pugliese and Senators Hansen and Kirkmeyer concerning property tax.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Okay. Will the clerk please read the title of the House Bill 1001? He did it. Okay. We're just going to go straight to the sponsors. All right. We're all rusty here. I'm ready to go. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 24B1001 and on second reading.
Is there any discussion on the bill? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would say yes, it's a great bill. Vote yes. This bill is just basically a continuation of an extension of 233. We got about 80% of the way there in 233. This finishes the job and will provide property tax relief to our citizens as they deserve. In 233, we had about $1 billion worth of relief in 25. This will be basically about $1.4 billion in 2026. So it's property tax relief for our citizens. It is a good bill. Ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion, Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The propositions that bring us here to this special session to House Bill 24B 1001, Propositions 50 and 108, remind me of something I once read. I can't remember if it was in high school or college when I read it. But it was a fairly famous short story. It's called Button, Button. And I think it was published around 50 or 60 years ago, and in the story, there's a mysterious man that knocks on a young couple's front door. And when they answer, he gives them a box with a button inside of it. He explains that if either one of the couple presses the button, they'll receive a large payment, but somebody will die. That somebody is a person that they don't know, he says. Later that evening, the man throws the box in the trash with the button inside of it. The next day, the wife digs it out, places it on the dining room table. Over the next few days, the husband observes his wife periodically staring at the box. This goes on for a little while. Finally, one day, as the husband is walking out the door on his way to work, he sees her staring at it yet again, and he scoffs, "Oh, just press it already, if you're going to anyway," as he leaves. A few minutes later, the wife does press the button. And a few minutes after that, the mysterious man who gave them the box returns. He informs the wife that her husband is dead, presents her with the sum of his life insurance policy in cash as the large payment. When the wife breaks down in tears and protests, "You said it would be somebody I didn't know," the man replies, "My dear lady, do you really think you knew your husband?" A few years ago, this was done, maybe 20 years ago in a film adaptation. The ending is slightly altered, but the gist is the same. The woman presses the button, he comes, he gives the cash, he collects the button, and the woman asks, "Well, what happens next?" And he says, "The game's going to be reset, the button will go to somebody else. I promise, it'll be somebody you don't know." Inferring, of course, that she's the next to die. Not a dime of property tax revenue in the state of Colorado is collected by the state of Colorado. In Proposition 108, residents of Dinosaur, about as close as you can get to the borders of Utah and Wyoming without entering either of them, would vote on whether or not to reduce the local taxes of residents in Springfield, about as close as you can get to either Kansas or Oklahoma without entering either of those states. The same is true of that statement and vice versa, and every local government, every community between those two states, or between those two cities. And across our state, residents have been promised that if they were to vote yes on 108, if 108 goes to the ballot, or if we pass this bill, that their property taxes will be cut. They've been promised that we can afford these cuts because of the increases that we have seen in property taxes across the state, and in some localities, in some communities, that's certainly true, but it ignores the very real nature of a differing picture throughout the many different communities and the differing circumstances throughout the state. And because their local governments will be partially, in some form or another, reimbursed. They'll be backfilled. And how will the state reimburse or backfill these local governments for most of the revenue losses imposed on them by votes of non-residents of those communities? By cutting funding for state services. And who will be affected by those cuts? Who will be hurt by the portion of lost local revenues that are not reimbursed by our state government? Which local governments can weather those revenue cuts decided upon by out-of-towners or by this General Assembly, and which ones will struggle? We don't know exactly. I mean, we don't know the bottom line specifics. We haven't figured out exactly what the backfill would be, where it would come from, how much it would be for each community under 1001. So we don't know the bottom line specifics. But if you've looked at the demographic note on the legislation that preceded this, Senate Bill 233, which, as aforementioned, this bill expands upon, and which 108 and or 50 would simply put on horse steroids, you get a pretty clear picture of who it would be. You have a decent idea anyway. Low to moderate income communities, renters, owners of homes below $500,000, especially rural communities, the projections in those communities are anything but rosy, either with 108 or with the legislation that we've been tinkering with here and preceding it 6 months ago, 4 months ago, I guess. Either by the passage of 108 or the passage of this bill, the legislature will have to decide the general fund question next winter. And each local government has its own set of local circumstances. Some will be fine, others not so much. So nobody can say specifically what will be cut or who those cuts will hurt, but rest assured, Coloradans, especially middle-class families in Colorado, the hurt that is going to be felt by those cuts yet to be determined will be somebody you don't know. I want to speak a bit. I'm going to go through eventually some things that I have heard over the last 2.5 years I've been here that I keep coming back to as I think of this bill, 233, that predated it, and the process of the ballot initiatives that eventually led to this special session. One of the things, I've been thinking about these things a lot. I listen to the debate that happens here in the well. I don't always agree with those philosophical differences, but I listen to what gets said here. I've heard and agree with some heartfelt descriptions that colleagues of mine have talked about with regards to tough votes. I've heard a colleague talk about taking a vote that they didn't want to take for strategic reasons, because you could then bring the question back if you were on the prevailing side. And so it was more important to be on the prevailing side as a method of legislative strategy than to actually vote for the position you held. I've heard colleagues of mine talk about votes that they've really struggled with, things that they really, really didn't like, and things that they did like, and how do you balance that, and how do you come down on one side of the fence or the other? and made those votes and sometimes wondered about those votes the rest of their legislative career and probably beyond. And I had that experience, I've had that experience a couple times, I think we all have. I had that experience with 233, which of course leads to 1001. I think one of the things that has been most difficult for me to learn as a legislator is how much sometimes you have to put aside your deeply held philosophies to govern in this job. That governing and philosophy are different. I mean, in school, my favorite subjects were philosophy and economics, and that's why I studied political science, because you take philosophy of what is justice and what is the role it plays in society, marry that to economic theory, and you create a triangle of which politics is the third point of that. And so I came here with this idea of legislating based on that political philosophy that I hold and that is, is deeply important to me. And so we get into the property tax debates of the last few years, leading up to this point, and leading before this point to 233. And so much of those debates go against some deeply held philosophies I have about what is appropriate role of government, what is appropriate separation of state and local government, where is the separation of powers. And everything that starts coming through this body in that sphere, almost everything, is to me some version of bad. It ranges from the extraordinarily awful to the mildly disagreeable. We got to this point at the end of session on 233 where it was a bill that I absolutely despised. And 50 and 108 are hanging out there in the balance. There was an effort at that time to bring in organizations that were influential on 50 and 108 and the organizations that were supporting 233 to strike a grand bargain at that time during the general session. That didn't happen with those organizations. In fact, I remember listening to the House committee discussion of it, where the House sponsor of one of the House sponsors of the bill, the JBC member from Denver, said that she appreciated those who had committed to this process, and that it was disappointing that there was not any serious buy-in whatsoever from the proponents of 50 or 108. They weren't there, they weren't at the committee, they weren't testifying. They weren't, in her words, having these discussions in the light of day on the microphone where all of Colorado could listen in real time, or Coloradans could come back later and review the tape and know exactly what was discussed, what was debated, and what was proposed. And there was discussion bipartisan. I mean, it was a bipartisan bill to begin with in terms of sponsorship. And then every single member, House and Senate, of leadership, both parties, co-sponsored that legislation. And the premise that I went in on 233 with was that regardless of what happened to Advanced Colorado, what happened to 108, what happened to 50, that the legislature was deciding that 233 was the proper way forward. And 233 was something that had the recommendation and support of the Property Tax Commission that we set up. And given the spectrum of choices of what was realistic, none of which jives with my philosophy on taxation, separation of powers, I voted for a bill that I absolutely did not like. Sometimes I've learned, sometimes you maybe have to vote to do minimal harm when you disagree with the entire trajectory of the subject. It's not, sometimes your colleagues just have different viewpoints than you, and it's not about trying to, from where you stand, to get to the most good. It's trying to salvage what is the minimal harm. And so I was reluctant, but I was also pleased with what I felt at the time to be responsibility around the subject of some of my colleagues. I voted for a bill that I absolutely despised. And I saw other colleagues vote for a bill that didn't go as far as they maybe would have liked. And discussions immediately thereafter backed that up. There was comments from the JBC member across the aisle in media of, well, could we have gone further? Probably we could have, but not responsibly. And after it was signed into law, things changed very quickly. Members who I had heard say that 233 was the way, even though it was less than what they wanted, I firmly believe. It wasn't what I wanted either. Suddenly turned around and backed, especially 108. And that created this crisis, ostensibly, that needed to bring us back here. Because 108, as stated by my colleague who's on the JBC, would not be responsible in any manner for Coloradans. And over the negotiations that have become 1001, there were a few individuals with a couple of select organizations hashing out those details that goes just ever so further than what 233 did, to come back here to avert the crisis of the potentiality of 108 passing. And I want to pause there for a second because I have faith in the people of Colorado. I have faith in the voters of Colorado. I don't always agree with the votes, and I think that sometimes people regret their votes. But I think that the people of Colorado are smarter than they're often given credit for. And I think that 108, once people learned about it and had time to really wrestle with it, would really struggle. In fact, the only poll I have ever seen any data from on 108, the more people learned about like what the proposition did, the more they were like, I do not want anything to do with that. The issue was That's not where the money was. The money was behind the campaign to support 108. There was extraordinary, disparate amount, less amount. You know, we will, if we pass this legislation here today, ostensibly, we'll never know exactly what the numbers would have been, but the several-fold over in support of 108 versus against 108. And yet, when people learned about 108, once they actually knew what it did, boy, were there concerns. And so the crisis is, would the propaganda be halfway around the world before the truth gets its shoes tied? That's the crisis. That's the crisis that we have to avert. That's what brings us here. That's what gets us to go beyond 233, beyond the compromise, to a new compromise. And so this is it. This is the grand deal that was hashed out by the organizations who have no accountability to the people of Colorado, and those who hedged their bets to be able to enable them, and now tell us that if we want to avoid the train wreck, this is the new deal. This is the new deal that we have to accept after many of us accepted in good faith the last deal, which I thought, and I think from private conversations I've had with several colleagues, was bad to begin with. We really mean it this time. And I'm reminded of a quote, you know, it's a whole old saying they have in Texas and probably Tennessee, but I think President Bush said it so much better. You fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, you don't get fooled the second time. So I started this section, I guess, of this speech talking about, hard votes, right? Taking votes that are difficult, votes that don't jive with your philosophy, votes that are strategic when you actually disagree with the position you're taking to be able to reconsider it later, votes that you have a hard time weighing. If you're really doing this job right, and I think genuinely the overwhelming majority of us are, or at least try to do right, it's not easy. There are tough decisions that you have to make. That's something that I've heard others talk about over and over again. I've never talked about it here at the Well until now. That is something that I have really felt with 233 and feel really disgusted with in the aftermath of 233. The second thing I want to talk about that I hear often about is the separation of powers, specifically the power of the legislature to be a co-equal branch of government. I have seen in my 2.5 years here, I realize that's not a lot of time. We're also a term-limited state legislature. I believe in term limits, so nobody is here forever. But in my 2.5 years, I've seen several pieces of legislation where legislation is amended or amendments are withheld because of the threat of a veto. And I think that's true in every legislature in the country. I think that's true at some point in time or another of every governor in the country. That's baked into our system of government. It's baked into our separation of powers. The governor gets a veto. The executive gets a veto on the legislature. What has happened here with this bill and with comments that I have seen members make to the press that changing this bill in a manner that cuts against the very narrow, very specific contours agreed upon by Advanced Colorado and Colorado Concern would upend the whole deal. That 108 or 50 and 50 would not be withdrawn from the ballot, and that this would go forward regardless. It is tantamount to giving a second veto to outside organizations that don't have any legal obligation to act with transparency for the people of Colorado. Art isn't done in the light of day, not accountable to any citizen of this great state in any way, not by vote, not by appointment, not by ability to recall, completely unaccountable. Article 4, Section 4 of the U.S. Constitution has the Republican form of governance clause. The United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a Republican form of government. I have no illusions that this will be considered in federal court, but I've been thinking about that a lot over the last few days in the lead up to this session, when we have effectively given veto power over legislation and told legislators, do not change this too significantly or you're going to risk that second veto. In other words, legislature, don't legislate too much. That, to me, colleagues, at least in spirit, at least in true adherence to the philosophical notions, takes us away from a Republican form of government. I've heard in this chamber discuss what colleagues have learned about the importance of institutional preservation and how easy it is to break institutions. As you know, we're in a building of stone and gold, and this building, despite all the restorations, despite everything that we've seen, despite some of the critters that made it home that we discovered as we came into session in the winter, is sturdy. The institution that the building represents is fragile. And it is a testament to the American spirit that the American experiment has continued successfully despite all the challenges over our 248 years of independence, 148 years of statehood, of those who certainly did not always get it right and certainly at times sought to break the institution, but others who understood that it was about more than that part of time, certainly more than themselves, but more than just that moment in history, and preserved it to this day. I think that we set a precedence with what we have done in the process of bringing this special session and this bill harm to this institution. The next thing that I've heard a lot of discussion about that I cannot help but reflect on, and which I want to address this evening, is local control. I mentioned earlier favorite subjects, philosophy, economics. Put the two together, you form a triangle, and politics is what comes of the marriage of your philosophy and an approach to economic theory. In this country, in this state, we talk about free markets a lot. There's a political sense of the term free markets. The political sense of the term free markets is no government involvement in the market. Any academic reading of economics, it's not exactly accurate. Sometimes it is, but hardly always, hardly the majority of the time. A free market in the academic sense of economics is a market where the individuals or firms involved in the exchange of the good or service in question are able to negotiate in that marketplace with the same knowledge, with the same power, and in a manner in which the decisions of their market decisions do not affect a non-consenting third party. When you violate any of those, you don't have a free market, right? That's why, there cannot be a free market when monopolies exist. There is all the power concentrated in one of the negotiating firms. That's not a negotiation, that's not a market, it's a monopoly. One of the other failures of markets is externalities, where decisions made by firms involved in the negotiation in the transaction at hand create an action that has an impact to non-consenting party, positive or negative. This economic philosophy on externalities and how it applies to the free market ties in with a century plus of history of where the state has arrived on the principle of local control. And I'm bringing this to that point here in a moment. Certainly, overregulation of any of the market failures that I just discussed, or regulation where there is no market failure, there's a term for that in economics, it's called government failure. And certainly that impacts and hinders free market. You can absolutely overregulate. You can absolutely have government get in the way. But there are also other failures separate from that. I'm going to come back to that in a moment and tie it in, but there's to local control and our history with that. Let's go to local control itself. And, Article 20, Section 6 of the Colorado Constitution deals with home rule municipalities. This is often where discussions of local control arise, where the Constitution confers precedence in matters of purely local concern to home rule municipalities rather than the state. Sometimes we see this in Article 14, Section 16, which deals with home rule counties too, and the principles are pretty much the same. So what then is a matter of purely local control? Well, the precedent set in City of North Glen versus Ibarra gives us a holding that states whether a matter is of local, state, or mixed concern is determined on an ad hoc basis, considering the totality of the circumstances. The factors to be considered include the need for statewide uniformity, whether municipal legislation has extraterritorial impact, whether the subject matter is traditionally one that is governed by the state or local government, and whether the Colorado Constitution specifically identifies that the issue should be regulated by the state or local legislation. I want to hone in on the part about regulation and extraterritorial impact. That is the externalities that we're talking about in economic theory. And there's economic theory, when you talk about economics, we typically are talking about, more often than not, microeconomics. There's also macroeconomics. There's also public sector economics. Public sector economics tends to broadly, I'm oversimplifying here, but it extrapolates the principles we've learned from microeconomics into the political sphere. One of the principles of political economics is that markets exist where people can vote with their feet. If your government is failing you, for whatever reason, you can move, hopefully. In a free society, that's what you can do. In a free political market, free society, that's what you can do. People do that all the time. They move for lower taxes, they move for better stability of benefits, they move where they can build a family and have guaranteed paid family leave. They move to where the political economy is such that the market is ideal. Their own individual conceptions of justice and opportunity. So this history that we have of case law around home rule municipality and determinants of whether there's extraterritorial impact and how that is applied to determine whether policy is a matter of local concern, mixed state and local concern, or state concern, that understanding of those externalities is tantamount. We have seen regulation across this body, often from what I think most in this chamber, or at least in Colorado, would be considered the center left of the spectrum, or left of the spectrum. Regulations that challenge or address local control. We have seen, for example, left-leaning legislation that broadens state control, broadens local control, and seen opposition to that from those on the right who typically argue for more local control. I'm thinking specifically of pesticide legislation, forced pooling, rent control, and ironically, I actually agreed with my GOP colleagues on all of those bills. I agreed that the impact of local control would have extraterritorial impact, and so even though the argument I often hear from the right is that we need more local control, those weren't it. I agreed with that. And the state should assert its right to retain state control in those matters. And we did, we rejected that legislation. Another one where I disagreed with my colleagues on the right was safe use sites. Not because I agree with that policy, but because I fail to see a connection of that externality where the harm created by a community by adopting a policy that would allow for that has demonstrable extraterritorial impacts. The flip side, though, is true when there have been bills to expand what is determined to be within the realm of state control. Think parking regulations, think TOCs, where I would argue, transportation-related communities, where I would argue that the externalities, the extraterritorial impacts are clear and present. In those cases is where we hear the argument that we need more local control. Which brings us to House Bill 1001. House Bill 1001 is a trampling of the principle of local control. It is not, I believe, contrary to the state constitution, because the state constitution gives carve-outs specifically for dealing with certain forms of taxation, broadly, property taxation included. But there's a few specific reasons for that, none of which are a piece of the puzzle that goes with this bill. And so what you have is, I would argue, a loophole where, you know, I'm not arguing against the constitutionality of this bill or the initiatives that birthed it, 50 or 108, on the grounds of home rule powers or local control. But I certainly think we violate the principles that were intended in that. The issues that have broader impacts than the local communities itself are, number one, school funding. Article 9, Section 2 of the Colorado Constitution confers upon the General Assembly the responsibility to ensure the maintenance of a thorough and uniform system of free public schools. Failure to do so exacerbates externalities, has extraterritorial impacts. And how do you do that when you have varying different communities across the state, some very affluent, some very poor, some very able to self-finance a robust public education system, some not able to fund of their own volition a worthy education system of any semblance of opportunity in America? Well, you do that by the state equalizing that, in a sense, to the degree that it's able to do that. How you do that, what are the measurements and what are the weights of those measurements that go into it? Well, those are questions of philosophy. Nobody, I think, has a perfect answer for that, and that's debated every year in the School Finance Act. But the foundation of that School Finance Act is that the valuation of the properties in that district, combined with the assessment rate, any value deductions created by the state, forms our understanding of the ability of that district, the capacity to raise funds relative to the pupils they have. So if you're in a very poor district with a high per capita student population, you will receive more state funding to ensure the quality of education required by the Constitution of the State of Colorado in Article 9, Section 2. You'll receive more funding from the state to ensure that than a district that is fully capable of going a much further distance on their own. Having a uniform system by which we create this assessment enables us to determine how to fulfill the obligations set forth in Article 9, Section 2 of ensuring a uniform system of free public schools. Then there is the aspect of the county assessors. The practical level of government to assess property taxation and to bill accordingly and to record that correctly and efficiently are the counties of Colorado. And that's where the county assessor's office is housed. But there are hundreds of different local governments within counties sometimes. Sometimes dozens, sometimes only a handful. And having some sense of uniformity, not entire uniformity, we have different, we have exemptions and exceptions and clauses for differing needs because there are practical policy implications that do compound, but the ability of a county assessor to have a generally uniform method of assessing taxation is tantamount to their ability to do their job. So decisions that have impacts far beyond the territory of the school board, far beyond the territory of the municipality, the Metro Board, issues of statewide concern, for the sake of uniformity, the state has a role in setting the method of property taxation for that reason. And I mentioned, exemptions. There's a statewide role to incentivize clean energy development. We give exemptions to assessments for clean energy uses. We give exemptions for agricultural uses. We give exemptions for senior homestead. Unique policy perspectives that cross jurisdictional boundaries that were we wholly set on a very simple, narrow uniformity, localities would not be able to touch on their own. And so the state can create those exemptions where there is a broader, impact and where the impacts of those policies cross jurisdictional boundaries. So what we don't have, and certainly never had before Gallagher or after Gallagher, I don't see anywhere fingerprints of an intent that the state would tinker with assessment rates for the sake of statewide tax reduction on its own. Absent any externality, absent any cross-jurisdictional policy that the state would preclude the local government in this form of essential government operation from doing its job, where each local government is fully capable of doing the job. Governments can lower their mill levies. Governments can refer to the voters to raise their mill levies. Local governments can be accountable for managing the effects of those policy choices. The voters can weigh in and hold governments accountable when they fail to act, elected officials when they fail to act, and the impacts of that, good, bad, or indifferent, will be felt by the members of the community that made those decisions or the people that they elected to make those decisions, not people in Pueblo bearing the consequences locally of decisions made by voters of Castle Rock. So, even if not on purely constitutional grounds, certainly in the principle that can be seen throughout our state constitution, the path that we have gone down that has led us to this point has trampled all over the principle of local control. Next topic that I hear a lot about, that I've been thinking about as it pertains to this bill is respect for rural Colorado. I hear often, and we're constantly debating policies here at this well about how to deal with the implementation of wolves. That was another initiative, a ballot initiative brought by people that do not live in the communities most impacted by the policy that they were proposing. And so we see the consequences today that have been extremely harmful to rural Colorado. Outsiders who have no accountability to rural Colorado, outsiders who don't understand the way of life of rural Colorado, outsiders that I don't think truly care about the struggles of the working class residents of the areas of Colorado that they were impacted, brought an initiative, a ballot initiative, that had devastating impacts to communities far away from where they lived. I voted against it. My community voted against it. It passed. It passed in the metro areas of the state. I hear all the time from colleagues about this General Assembly doesn't respect rural Colorado. What I hear back home all the time is like, hey, Senator Hendrickson or Nick, can you let them know that there's more of Colorado once you get to the southern end of the El Paso County line? Could you do that? And yep, absolutely. This bill, 1001, and the entire process that has led us to it is far more devastating to rural Colorado than 114. We are going to see the greatest local government budgetary impacts on the rural communities. We will see the least benefit of the state-mandated tax relief on working class communities throughout the state. The median home value as of last month in Pueblo County is $295,000. Here it's closer to $550,000. So is that about right for Denver? I think that's what I saw. I don't remember exactly. I pay much more close attention to Pueblo. It's where I live. It's who I represent. But I think about $550,000, almost twice as much. If you have a $550,000 home in Pueblo County, it is a nice home. If you have a $550,000 home in Denver, I'm assuming you're middle class. The way that this benefit is structured puts the extraordinary bulk on of the benefit on properties of higher value. It's not Puebloans, it's not those in Prowers County who are going to see the financial benefits of the state-mandated cuts to local taxes that we keep debating here. It's not rural Colorado who's going to get that benefit. We don't know what the backfill is going to be. We don't know how much those communities, those schools are going to be made whole, but we know that backfill is going to come from the state coffers. We are going to, at a future time, debate that as a General Assembly. We're going to have to figure that out. But if we look at the general funds, where does the spending go? Well, a little less than a third of it is K-12 education. Second largest department in the general fund is HCPA, Healthcare Policy and Financing. Third is higher ed. And I really want to touch on that. It's important to note that when we're talking about the general fund portion of higher education, pound for pound, we're not talking about our flagship institutions that get the lion's share of those funds, of the general fund. I mean, certainly they get funding from the general fund, but they have endowments, they have athletic revenue, there are other revenue streams, fundraising streams available to them, nationwide fundraising networks that our regional institutions do not have, simply will not have. Pound for pound, the disparate impact of any cuts to higher ed will be felt by community colleges. Regional schools like CSU Pueblo, Adams State, Mountain State, Fort Lewis, Mesa State, University of Northern Colorado, Metro State. If 108 were to pass, there would be a very real discussion we would have. I have heard others murmur about, would we have to close a community college? We just heard in appropriations testimony that if 108 were to pass, that one of the things that they would immediately look to do is increase tuition by 49%. Devastating impacts to low-income communities, particularly communities in rural Colorado. Who is going to be affected? Who's going to, when we have to come back and we pass the tax cut and we put more funds, more money back into the pockets of Coloradans, and we have to pay for that somehow? Who's going to have to pay for that? Fellow Coloradans, it's somebody you don't know. We go beyond higher education, we get to human services, followed by corrections, both at just over $1 billion of general fund expenditures each. When you get to departments 6 through 9, you get to judicial, treasury, public safety, early childhood development. It doesn't get easier, and at that point you've gone through 85% of the general fund. What's left doesn't offer great options either. Anyone here want to propose where we could cut some funding from the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs? So who are the disproportionate recipients of services from these departments we would have to cut from in a degree of yet to be determined to make not whole but partially whole the communities that we have unilaterally harmed by this? Working families in the urban centers and in the rural communities of our state. A couple weeks ago, I had an exchange on Twitter with a colleague. I guess it's called X now. I'm never going to get used to that. I had an exchange on x.com. And anyway, my colleague had stated their support for Proposition 108 and Proposition 50. And I responded stating some of what I've been talking about here. The disproportionate benefit of 108 will go to the wealthiest suburban and resort property owners. The disproportionate burden, which is immense, will be borne by poor urban and rural communities across the state. I'm reading that verbatim to what was said. Their response, again, I'm still reading verbatim. I was just pointing out choices my citizens have if local government doesn't want to give money back or temporarily lower the mill levy. Ultimately, the citizens have a right to choose to lower their taxes with ballot initiatives. Side note, they absolutely can do that at the local levels where local taxes are collected. It's been done many times before. Local residents can refer a ballot measure to reduce the mill levy of local governments in which they live. It's also true that local governments do lower the mill levies on local taxes that those local governments collect. Hundreds of local governments in the state have done that in the past few years. El Paso County just did that. So in this vein, I responded, the statement that Just point out that my citizens have choices if local government doesn't want to give money back or temporarily lower the mill levy. I responded that lowering the mill levy is great. Local choices, local consequences. I have no idea whether the mill levies should be lowered or raised in Greeley or kept the same, and if they should be changed, where the change, who has more than enough, who doesn't have enough. I can tell you that for Pueblo, I pay attention to what happens in my local community. I am sure you all do too. Local choices, local consequences. So I said that, lowering the mill levy is great, local choices, local consequences. The local control stuff that I've heard lecturing about over the last 2 years, lowering local taxes at a statewide level with disparate impacts ain't local control, ain't conservative, it ain't good for rural Colorado. The response I got was, it's the ultimate local control if the people vote for it. I'm pretty sure that my Senate district will vote for a tax cut. And I would think, colleagues, that is wonderful for the residents of that colleague's Senate district. I think that would be great if the tax cut savings were entirely contained to that district and the spending cuts created by those reductions were contained entirely to that district. It's not my choice. I wish you luck. I want your communities to succeed. I want every community in Colorado to succeed, and if that's the choice that's right for your community, I might not get it. It's beautiful that we have so many different communities in the state. Good luck. I want your communities to succeed. It's not my business, though, what my neighbors near or far, it's not my business what my neighbors near or far do if it doesn't affect me. But I don't want the residents of Julesburg, 284 miles away from Pueblo, voting on tax cuts to the Pueblo City County Library. I just heard testimony and appropriations from library districts saying what I've been saying here. Who's going to be hurt the most? Well, low-income communities, and especially low-income rural communities. Don't want residents of Julesburg voting on cuts to the Pueblo City County Library District. I don't want them voting on tax cuts for the city or county of Pueblo. And I don't want them voting to cut taxes for the Beulah Valley Fire District that has heroically fought through the toughest 3 years in their history, putting out fires whose names I doubt any of you have ever heard of, that you don't know of because of their heroic efforts, because their heroic efforts ensure that the names of those fires made it in the Pueblo Chieftain, made it on the news stations that broadcast in Pueblo County and never made it beyond that. Because of the heroic work they did, you will not know of their heroism. Don't want people in Durango voting on cuts to those firefighters. So this exchange, was over a little over 2 weeks ago. And then a week later in Transportation Legislative Review Committee, that same colleague who said that 108 and 50 were ultimate local control submitted a bill proposal to eliminate the 50% share requirement on counties for required railroad crossing maintenance, quote, because of what we're about to do in special session, because of what we're about to do with this bill right here to pay for this compromise, this grand, we really mean it, compromise. He mentioned that the local cuts forced statewide by this bill that we're now debating would make it particularly hard for rural local governments to meet their obligations under the current statute, and specifically named Washington, Yuma, Phillips, Sedgwick, and Logan counties as examples of where those difficulties would specifically persist. So exactly as he's saying, 50 or 108 or this compromise is the ultimate local control, was taking preemptive measures to shield his local communities from the impending cuts and shift them to other parts of the state. Statewide mandated cuts at the local level, but not for my communities. Colleagues, that's not local control. That is not good for rural Colorado. Coloradans, who will be affected by the cuts? Somebody you don't know. And I expect this to get bigger. I don't expect this to go away. This is the natural outcome of a process such as this. It exacerbates regionalism. It forces us to look inward, away from the broader good of the general welfare of the state of Colorado to how can I shield my community? How can I shift that burden to somebody else's community? It's a natural outcome of the process and legislation such as this. That is not good or healthy for this institution. It's not a good way to do government. Does anybody remember just a few months ago when we were debating rural school district consolidation and how that blew up? My gosh, the outcry I heard of disrespect for rural Colorado when that came up. I think that I fail to see a way under 50 or 108 where going down that path is unavoidable. It becomes, if we were to go forward, if those measures were to go forward, if they were to pass, that becomes, I believe, a near certainty to get to any form of responsible way of approaching gutted services that our state provides. As we continue to pass 233 and about to pass 1001, it's not inevitable. It's not, the cuts are not as extraordinary as 50 and 108, but it becomes irresponsible not to have that discussion again. Lectured about respect for rural Colorado, this bill decimates services to rural Coloradans. Who will pay for that? Somebody you don't know. Coming back to discussion I started a little early on philosophy. This bill, more importantly, the process that led to this bill, that led to this extraordinary session, as it's official, a special session, extraordinary session is the official term. I have heard tongue-in-cheek descriptions from colleagues of mine referring it to the extortionary session. I feel that sentiment. It is a desecration of the most common, all of the most common philosophical arguments I have heard from the right of myself in the last 2.5 years I've been here. It is impossible for me, colleagues, to take those arguments seriously given what we have done, given the process, given the precedent set in 233, now this, the chess game of 50 and 108, where rural and working class Coloradans were the pawns. It's impossible for me to take those arguments seriously. Respect for rural Colorado, don't believe it. Empty arguments. Taking a heaving swing of the proverbial sledgehammer to the legislature's standing as a co-equal branch of government. All the arguments I've heard about when's the legislature going to stand up to the governor? Laughable to me next time I hear that argument. Yeah, really. Local control. I hear that phrase a lot. I have wrestled with how to approach that in a philosophical way. I'd be happy to sit down and talk with any of you about how I think through what externalities are and aren't applicable and how it impacts extraterritorial impacts and thus where the responsibility of that government action should lie. But when I hear local control, increasingly so, and certainly after this bill, I hear word salad. I don't know what that means. It seems pretty simple. Simple word, local control. I think, not words that you go to the dictionary and then are still confused with afterwards, but put together, I have no idea what that phrase means anymore. And so we arrive through this process, we arrive at this place where I think one of the saddest things to me is the amount of organizations I heard testify in appropriations, I heard testify in House Committee on Monday, leaders in my community, teachers in my community that I have spoken with. There's on paper some broad support for this bill. But what I have heard from teacher after teacher and firefighter after firefighter and librarian after librarian is we can't allow 50 or 108s to go forward. We hate this. I'm here talking to dozens of constituents saying, we hate this. This is so bad for our community. Please vote for it. Because again, working class communities in Colorado are who have been made the pawn of this process. They feel taken advantage of, they feel taken hostage, and they want the hostage situation of these property tax battles forced upon them by a government that will not feel the impacts of the community to end. They just want it to end. I've got something I'm going to address when we come back, and we're going to have a lot. We're going to wrestle with the impacts of this well into next session and beyond. One of the things that I am working to figure out and don't have the language fully ready with, because there's some nuance that working out to ensure that it matches exactly right, is impacts that I don't think were really fully considered in the development of the process that led to House Bill 1001. We are going through an extraordinary transition in Pueblo. Pueblo has transitioned from coal-powered generation more than any other community in the state, and we're going to continue to do so. And the Comanche coal-fired power generation station will be the last coal-fired power generation station in the state. It's the biggest one in the state. It was promised to Puebloans that that station would last through 2070. It will close at the end of 2030. That will leave a gaping hole in Pueblo's economy that we're already trying to prepare for. I share district overlap with the House Assistant Minority Leader. Some of his district and my districts are the same. We've gone to events together. I consistently hear him refer to the Office of Just Transition as the Office of Unjust Transition. There will be some state funding yet to be determined by the state to help Pueblo with the transition when we suffer the closure of Comanche. But there's also local, essentially, just transition funds that the county and the school districts are counting on. It's a community support funding obligated through our statutes in a settlement agreement between the Investor-Owned Utility, and the Public Utilities Commission. And a basis of that settlement agreement is the obligation, the contractual obligations, the legal settlement obligation of that provider to continue to pay what they would have paid had they continued operations in property taxes for 10 years beyond the closure. That's about $16 million a year. When we pass this bill combined with 233, we're lowering their obligation by $2.7 million per year. $27 million in just transition funds taken out of my community, right where the city of Pueblo meets the edge of the farmland, the D70 benefits, rural Colorado. $27 million that isn't accounted for because it's not taxes, it's a settlement, a legal settlement that is based on what the taxes would have been in those years, not chosen, the reduction not chosen by the voters of those impacted districts, but by this legislature or by voters hundreds of miles away. Decimating, it's 17% of that settlement. 17% wiped away from just transition for rural Colorado communities. I have no idea what it does for communities like Fort Morgan, who's going to go through the same process, or Craig, who's going through a very similar process. I've been focused on what it would mean for Pueblo, and I'm going to continue to focus on that. Harms to the community beyond just the taxation caused because the state invaded an issue of local control. Who's going to be hurt? Someone you don't know. So what's the prize? Which organizations, which legislators will see their political status and star rise as a result of this high-stakes?
Senator, I'm going to direct you back to the bill. We're not going to talk about motivations of any individual senator or organization. Please direct your comments to House Bill 10001.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. I haven't thought hard and long about the political ramifications of this bill. I probably should. I have thought long and hard about the policy impacts of this bill. I have a really good idea of who this bill will benefit. And I am certain that the cost that the losers of the process and the stakes that have brought us to this point, working class Colorado families, especially rural working class Colorado families. Minimal benefit, maximum cost, decisions made originating in back rooms and culminating on the floor of this chamber over 100 miles away from home. I ask for a no vote on House Bill 1001.
Senator Cutter.
Rookie. Thank
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, members, I'm going to share, before I make some comments, I'm going to share some letters that I've received that probably all of you have received from the firefighters, the fire community. The first one, Colorado legislators and Governor Polis. Initiatives 50 and 108 are set to appear on the November 5th ballot, and these are extremely detrimental to the fire districts across Colorado. SB 24-233 was already detrimental. Enough is enough. You need to stop attacking the firefighters and EMS professionals across Colorado. You need to tell the truth to the Colorado taxpayers. And the truth is reducing property taxes reduces revenue to fire districts. What does it actually do? It puts them and their families at risk to lose their lives and property. This can occur when you have less firefighters on the street and delayed response times to 911 calls. It keeps fire districts from implementing effective recruitment and retention. We need to provide an adequate salary and meaningful cost of living increases. It keeps fire districts from responsibly planning for large capital expenditures, which leaves fire districts utilizing aging fleets and facilities for extended periods of time. We need to stabilize the fire district funding, and we need to be able to plan effectively to protect our citizens and firefighters. None of you are afraid of standing next to me in a time of crisis for a photo op to boost your poll numbers. However, none of you will stand next to me in our time of crisis, our funding crisis, and our staffing crisis. Why? The bottom line is you are creating our crisis. Stop. The budget you are responsible for is funded by income tax, gas tax, vehicle registration fees, and sales tax. Did you notice how I did not mention property tax? You cut our budgets without any consideration of the consequences, but you refuse to cut your own budget and provide relief to Coloradans. Stabilize our revenue and help us provide the service to our citizens and visitors expect and deserve. Not all of Coloradans are property owners. A significant portion rent. So what relief does reducing property tax bring them? None. What we need from you, reverse the devastating impacts of 24-233 and exclude fire districts from future cuts. Help our firefighters and EMS professionals by finding long-term, sustainable solutions. Keep government local, keep tax decisions local, and stop removing previously approved taxpayer decisions. Stand with our firefighters, not against them. Be honest with taxpayers. Reducing taxes has consequences and will most likely impact services. And in another letter from this same chief, he talks about in the last 5 years, Cimarron Hills Fire Department has seen a 41% increase in property tax revenue, yet a 98% increase in expenses. Inflation has averaged 4.24% per year, with 21% over the last 5 years, and the cost of a fire truck is up 40%. Reducing property taxes will have no impact to 34% of Coloradans who are renters. Reducing fire protection will cause home and property insurance rates to increase, which are already out of control across the state. Cimarron Hills Fire Department proudly moved from an insurance service office rating of 3 to an ISO of 2 in 2022. So if you have a rating of 1, that is the best. We will not be able to maintain this if we have to reduce staffing and/or response time increases. If this lowers back to an ISO 3 or even lower, then our citizens will see even more increases to home and property insurance. This will counter your efforts of reducing their tax burden. Some homeowners' insurance companies are labeling areas of the wildland-urban interface as uninsurable. What will they say when more of these areas lower their ISO rating due to fire district cuts? A significant portion of the WUI areas are protected by volunteer fire districts with budgets of $20,000 to $60,000, and you want to reduce them by 41% down to $12,000 to $36,000. This is not sustainable. And he goes on a bit more. And then 2 of my fire districts submitted letters. As you may know, some of the areas in my district are amongst the most at risk for life and property damage, threats to life and property. So this is a particularly serious issue in my district. Senator and Representative, I am positive you are both very aware of the burden fire departments have been facing year in and year out with the drive to reduce the tax burden on Colorado residents and the negative impact it has had on special districts, who until this past session relied greatly on property taxes for revenue. As wildfires are starting all around the Evergreen Fire Protection District, the programs we have implemented are in danger of being canceled by yet another attempt to reduce our revenue. Please review the 2 documents I've attached, which shows our reality of rising call volumes, increased community pressure to provide additional services, a very real reduction in available volunteer firefighters, forcing many departments to start hiring firefighters, the cost of tools of our trade, salaries, and benefits increasing dramatically. It is unthinkable to believe that we can operate safely and effectively with less than a 5.5% increase in revenue while costs increase 20 to 40%. You've both been very supportive of fire service, and we greatly appreciate all your efforts, et cetera, et cetera. That is from Chief Weegee in Evergreen. Chief Corgi from Indian Hills writes us, I've been the chief of Indian Hills Fire since January of 2020, and in that time, I've worked hard to give our volunteers the tools they need to be effective in saving lives and protecting property. I've managed to buck the trend in the downturn in volunteering and grown my department's ranks from 16 members to 24 in the last 4 years. It's been hard work replacing older, antiquated equipment, replacing a 1976 fire engine that has seen better days with a used 2000 Type 3 wildland engine that better meets the needs of our community, and replacing a 2003 ambulance with 166,000 miles on it with a new 2020 ambulance. However, there's a lot more work to be done. Our reserve ambulance is 21 years old. Our fire station was built in stages between 1948 and 1978 and doesn't meet the standards of NFPA. Some of our wildland personal protective equipment is grossly out of date. Members, that's deeply concerning to me in particular. Their personal protective equipment. I want all of those who really rallied for the healthcare workers during the pandemic to hear that. Their personal protective equipment that they use to keep them safe when they fight serious wildfires, hot and dangerous wildfires, is grossly out of date, with recommended replacement of 10 years, while much of it is 20 to 30 years old. We're making progress in things that can protect our volunteers and improve service to our community, but cutting our revenue with the current bills under consideration would be devastating. We simply cannot keep our volunteers and our community safe on a shrinking budget. I know the recent assessments have been hard on some homeowners, but I also know that a new fire engine 5 years ago was under $750,000 and is now over $1.1 million. The math is simple. We cannot operate in a 2025 world on a 2019 budget. Equipment will fail, volunteers will be hurt, and the community members we serve will inevitably suffer from the inability of the department to keep up with their needs. Please don't cut our revenue. We can't afford to go backwards and when there's so much more work to be done. And taking some data from that the fire chiefs have been sharing, this is from a survey of fire chiefs across Colorado, just a very recent August survey. They anticipate laying off, not hiring firefighters, reducing the number of career and volunteer firefighters in Colorado, browning out or permanently closing fire stations, not constructing new fire stations to meet increased demand, eliminating salary and cost of living increases for firefighters, directly impacting retention and recruitment, and they already struggle significantly in that area, reducing the number of fire apparatus and firefighters sent to assist with major wildland fires in Colorado, and risking homeowners insurance for Coloradans. Home insurance companies have already been questioning our fire chiefs about the impacts of these revenue losses. So that's the place I'm coming from when I'm considering this bill. I will, as you may have guessed, be a no on this bill. I'm not going to filibuster, or Bob, as it's known here. This, out of respect, Bob's not even here to hear, out of respect for my colleagues, because we all know that this will pass. This bill will pass. But I can't in good conscience support this or go without speaking to my concerns. I love Colorado, my lifelong home. Honestly, I could not be more proud than to be a product of this state and be able to serve this state. But I'm not proud of the fact that we are 46th in mental health and school funding. And as many of you know, as I just said, I have significant concerns about the cuts that this will inflict on fire districts. There's a known impact of $539 million between this and 233. While the carryover amendment might help, we just don't know how much. And 430 million of that known impact is already realized in SB 233. So regardless, we must find a new revenue source for fire, as revenues are not keeping pace with expenses and increases in service demands, a situation we are making worse with these revenue reductions. So I've sat on the Wildfire Committee for 6 years, and this is my second time chairing this committee. And for years, the Fire Committee has been sounding this alarm. They are operating at a significant deficit. I want you to understand that. We're not coming from a place of we're okay and we're just going to shave a little bit. We're coming from a place of deficit. They have no stable funding, severe workforce shortages, and a lack of proper equipment. Wildfires are increasing in frequency and intensity, and we are not prepared to handle them. And I know there's been some question about being a decrease in revenue, not a tax cut, and how that's all playing out. And Kate Watkins, who is the former chief economist for Legislative Council staff and a former regional economist with the Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas City, so someone I think is qualified to make this analysis, said it is a plain and simple tax cut for the many special districts who didn't experience strong property tax revenue growth in recent years. And for others, these bills' impacts will result in cuts, including jobs and needed equipment and capital expenditures, due to the strong rise in the cost of providing services, coupled with a significant rise in demand for fire protection services. Yes, we saw a 19.5% year-over-year increase in property tax revenue across all districts in Colorado in tax year 2023. This statistic is 27.5 for special districts based on the latest report of the annual Division of Property Taxation. However, this increase is not universal across districts. Many districts have experienced flat and even declining revenue in recent years. Further, we have to put revenue growth into perspective to account for longer run pressures from increased demand for services and the increased inflationary costs of providing those services. Over the past 7 years, 3 reassessment cycles when home prices made some of their strongest gains, a third of all fire protection districts' revenue did not keep pace with Colorado inflation. That statistic doesn't account for a significantly higher number of incidents and responses over this same time period. Fire protection districts are doing more. It's been costing more, and for most districts, revenue hasn't kept pace in spite of recent growth. So looking to the future, and this is still from Kate, the latest Legislative Council staff forecast expects statewide assessed values to level off and even decline in some regions. Based on the latest home price data, many districts are expecting declines in revenue as home values have weakened since their peak in 2022. In conjunction with weak revenue growth, the future also holds the 9% revenue reduction from the combined impacts of SB 24-233 and House Bill 24B 1001, a revenue growth limit that doesn't keep up with the needs of fire districts over the long run, a continued rise in costs and demand for the fire protection services as the population grows and ages and fires threaten the state. So that's all data that she has been working with the fire chiefs to compile. Despite these very real concerns from this bill, the chiefs remain in an amend position, but they are, this is the fire chiefs. I realize that there's different groups involved, but the fire chiefs are the ones responsible for the budget, setting the budget, spending the budget, buying the things, and maintaining the things, and paying the people. They remain in an amend position, and they're standing down. And this is because Governor Polis has committed to devoting the resources of OSPB and the executive branch in collaboration with other stakeholders to identify sustainable, robust funding mechanisms for fire protection districts and to presenting those solutions to Colorado State Forest Fire Commission no later than March 1st, 2025, in time for potential legislation in this next session. The report will identify recommendations for funding mechanisms for fire districts, including but not limited to additional state and local revenue sources and any other funding mechanisms deemed viable. He will memorialize these commitments in a signing statement, showing publicly his dedication to assisting us in finding and executing viable solutions. And I want to thank the governor and his staff for working so closely with us to try and help us find some solutions, because this is a problem that we can't any longer ignore. But I'm also concerned with the serious inequities of this bill, as outlined in the demographic note from SB 24233. There's significant disparity impact. The bill may exacerbate existing economic disparities, particularly along lines of race, ethnicity, disability status, and socioeconomic status. Homeowners who are white, Asian, or from higher income households are more likely to benefit, while those who are black, Hispanic, or from lower income households are less likely to own homes and thus benefit less. The bill would also reduce property tax revenue for local governments, which could affect local services and potentially offset the tax savings for homeowners. Jeffco data that my aide pulled for me today says, or had compiled, indicates that just from Senate Bill 24233, the non-school impact will be, by the year 2026, will be negative more than $57 million in loss. The impact of this bill we're debating now will be, by 2026, will be more than $13 million. Those are significant impacts. And money pays for services and things that we need to make our communities better. So this bill might, and also from the demographic note, this bill might stimulate economic activity and potentially increase property values, which could further benefit existing homeowners, but make it harder for prospective buyers, particularly first-time buyers, to enter the housing market. I think that's a negative impact that we should all think hard about. Overall, while the bill aims to provide immediate financial relief to property owners, it may unintentionally widen the economic disparities across various demographic groups in Colorado. So all these things have led me to my position on this. And the deal resulting in this bill was made to benefit wealthy backers of Initiatives 50 and 108. We're here because a deal was cut with them to remove these initiatives from the ballot if we just reduced property taxes a little bit more. Not because it's the right thing to do for the state. If the threat of these initiatives and the millions of dollars backers would spend to convince voters is money that we can't possibly match, if this threat did not exist, we would not be here. I understand why many legislators and stakeholders have decided to support this deal. I truly do. I respect that this is a difficult place to be, and people have done their mental calculus and done what they feel right. I believe everyone is doing what they feel is best. The impacts of these ballot initiatives could be far worse than what we're doing here. But my reservations remain about the hit to critical services, the inequity inherent in this bill, and the long-term permanent cuts that will hurt government and make it increasingly difficult for us to climb up to maybe, an aspirational place of 40th in mental health and school funding. I think the people of Colorado would ultimately have made the right decision at the ballot if they knew what was at stake. The money for these things has to come from somewhere. I don't believe that the relatively small gains homeowners will see from this bill are a fair trade-off for the long-term harm that will be caused by underfunding critical services such as fire protection.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. What is $70 worth to you? Is $70 a pair of shoes, a nice night out? What is $70 worth to you? Because with the average home price in Colorado of about $595,000, average savings is going to be about $70. And it's been implied that this change is barely different than what we did in 233. But I'd have to say for one of the counties I represent, it's actually much more than a minimum change. And very different on what $80 might mean to you to what it's doing to the county. Under 233, Adams County cut $27 million. Under today's vote, they will cut an additional $12.2 million. I don't think $12.2 million is a small change. And in fact, most of those changes are going to impact our sheriff's office, our DA's office, our public works, and our human services. But let me give you an example from each of those departments of cuts that are going to be made because of us being here today. In our sheriff's office, we're going to be understaffed. That means they're going to have to cut neighborhood patrols. So less police officers in our neighborhoods. That doesn't seem worth $80 to me. In the DA's office, we're going to have to cut diversion services, which means we're going to have more folks committing more crime because we don't have diversion services. That doesn't feel like it's worth $80 to me. Public Works. Right now, we are working on a program to ensure every single school in our county has a safe route to school. We won't be able to do that. We can only do minimum street projects now. Not having safe routes to school for our kids to walk doesn't seem like $80 worth to me. Human Services. Right now, we've invested in prevention to ensure we are keeping kids out of the system and helping get the families in our county what they need, and this means we're going to have to cut those. $80 doesn't seem worth kids in the system. Now, I know we're here under fear that there could be something worse. And we were forced here with a near-baked deal, making it almost impossible for us to stand up for our constituents. Forced to make these cuts with no good answer under fear. And I hope in Colorado we can do better in the future.
Any further discussion on House Bill 24B 1001? Seeing Mr. Majority Leader. Senator 05 has been called and granted. Senator Coker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate it. I just came up to speak in favor of this bill and how I got there, why I'm in favor of this bill. I did the math, look at the numbers, and I went back all the way before we started lowering property taxes. We started lowering property taxes after 2019, 2020. And I looked at my own property tax bill. I ran the numbers. This bill will lower my property taxes when it's said and done in 2025 by $300 from 2019, 2020. It will lower it from 2026, it will lower it just a little bit more. I mean, it's only another $32. I am concerned by lowering property taxes because of the benefits that property taxes give us, that the disabled community that gets part of my property taxes. That's an itemized taxation. That concerns me. I want to make sure that we're funding that. But I also want to make sure that we're addressing the high cost of living needs for people, especially on fixed incomes, for our senior citizens. We passed a senior portability exemption this year, only good for 2 years. I'd like to see it come back more than 2 years. I'd like to be a part of that to make sure seniors who are in higher valued homes can take their homestead exemption with them. In the meantime, they're going to get a little bit lower property taxes from 2019 and 2020. I don't want to see cuts to funding for firefighters. I don't want to see cuts to funding for our Human Services Department, for our social workers at our county governments. If you've ever done a ride-along with your Department of Human Services with a social worker, you see what they do. You see who they work with. That's where your property taxes go, people. I mean, I represent Jefferson County and Arapahoe County now. Both of them use those property taxes efficiently. Both of them use those property taxes for the developmentally disabled, for child welfare, for mental health services. We had a gentleman here in the state capitol the last couple of days that I actually sat down with for an hour and a half who was having, I couldn't be called anything else, but I would say a mental health emergency, who was so upset that he was going to be evicted from his apartment, Section 8 housing. And what really brought home to me what our counties do, what our local governments do, is trying to get him services, trying to get him help while we're standing here in the Capitol, trying to figure out where he should go, what we can do to help him, not only with his Section 8 housing, but also with his mental health. So I am concerned with us lowering property taxes, absolutely concerned about that, because I'm concerned about the funding levels we have for these particular items. But I look at the amount that it's being lowered from where we were before we started all this. I mean, we got down real low. And from where we started in 2019 and 2020, we are lowering our property taxes. And those services need to be funded. We need to understand the equity that goes in with those services. I appreciate the House and what the House has done to advocate for the lower incomes, to advocate for the lower valuations, and for people in need. They were able to get this bill amended. They were able to keep some of that funding going for the future. But I am for this bill because of what I'm hearing from my constituents right now. Overall, over the long term, we are lowering your taxes. And I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 24B 1001. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 24B 1003?
House Bill 24B 1003 by Representatives Soper and Joseph and Senators Pirrell and Baisley concerning property tax relief for businesses and in connection therewith expanding and extending the exemption for agricultural equipment and machinery used in controlled agricultural facilities.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I move House Bill 1003 on second reading. There is no committee report.
Is there any discussion? We do have discussion. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Heard this bill a couple hours ago in Finance Committee and actually was a sponsor of the predecessor to this bill a couple of years ago where we included a repeal date. And in this bill, there's an effort to remove the repeal date only a year into the program. And I understand there's a question about constitutionality, but I've asked for some clarity either from OLLS or the AG's office or somebody to help me understand indeed, is it a constitutional issue or challenge? And so that coupled with I didn't think there was a necessity to do this now in this special session, that we could have more time to vet it and get a better understanding of we're trying to accomplish, is my reasoning behind a no vote in Finance Committee a couple hours ago. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just, we get there's a dude who, this is for you, I'm doing this, yeah. There's another bill that
Senator Bridges, you need to stick to the bill, please.
Oh, you're welcome. It's her last chance to gavel.
I was going to mute him, but I forgot. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill does a couple of things that I think are really healthy for our. One is it clarifies some definitions for the sake of the assessors who are trying to figure out what they assess and what they do not. So that's good, and also aligns us with the Constitution that we're all pledged to support. So I ask for a yes vote on this bill. Thank you.
Seeing we do have further discussion. Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I just wanted to walk through some of the bill and explain a little more in detail. So it's only a 3-page bill, but it does clarify, because there are assessors that have trouble with the CEA facility definition. So if you look at page 2, basically the lower portion, 17, 8, and 22, line 72, ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 24B 1003. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report. That's my last one.
Senate will come to order. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee has met, and we had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
August 28, 2024, Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 24B 1001, House Bill 24B 1003, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bill 24B 1001, House Bill 24B 1003, passed on second reading, order revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Announcements. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, thank you for your work. Reminder, tomorrow there will be no food presented, so bring your breakfast, McDonald's or whatever. On that note, Mr. President, I move the Senate adjourn until 9 a.m. Thursday, August 29th, 2024. Six a.m. Do we hear 6?
Can I make a substitute motion for 10
You can.
I don't know.
This side wants earlier, some want later. Do you guys really want to come in at 10? It's more we're in.
Senatorial 5.
All those in favor of 10 a.m. say aye. All those in favor of 9 a.m. say aye. What about 9:30? Split the difference? Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you. I remove that motion and move that we adjourn until 9:30 a.m. Thursday, August 29th, 2020.
Look at this bipartisanship. You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it, and the Senate will adjourn until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.